Hi, Jay.
Hi, Paul.
Paul, you're up.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the regular board meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy. We start at 5 p.m. There's a typo on the agenda. So session won't happen until around 6 p.m. We have Brown Act training before that. And we come back into open session around 7. Teleconference location, Oxford Preparatory Academy, Saddleback Valley 22882 Lumon Drive, Lake Forest, California 92630. Oxford Preparatory Academy, South Orange County 23000 via Santa Maria, Mission View, California 92691. And I'm here at Silverveien 8C, Oslo 0380, Norway. Public comment opportunities. Members of the public may make comments at regular meetings of the Board of Directors regarding closed session items, agenda items, and non-agenda items. Comments may be made in person or via Zoom teleconference. Please turn in comment card to the Executive Assistant, Jill Aguilar. Requests for comment may also be submitted via electronic submission or email. Submissions must be received prior to the start of the applicable community input time. If members of the public wish to email comments to be read during the meeting, please email them to jaguar@opaschools.org by 5 p.m. on June 28, 2024. Public comments, including email comments, shall be limited to 3 minutes per comment with up to 20 minutes of public comment per topic on the agenda. Reasonable accommodation with at least 48 hours notice, and any individual with disability who requires reasonable accommodation to participate in a Board of Directors meeting may request assistance by contacting Jill Aguilar, JAGUIRRE @opaschools.org, or by calling 949-600-9050. The video and audio records of the meeting will be posted on the OPA website approximately 24 to 48 hours after the meeting. The public may attend the board meeting in person or via the following Zoom webinar, meeting ID 320-324-6235. I will call the meeting to order at 5:12 p.m. I'll take a roll call. Member Agarwal.
Present.
Member Kagu is here. Dr. Smith.
Present.
And Member Chavez.
Present.
Okay, we'll go item number B, approval of the agenda for the regular meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors on June 28, 2024. It's recommended that the Board of Directors approve the agenda for the regular meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors on June 28, 2024. May I have a motion, please?
I make a motion. I second.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll just make that minor edit that closed session would be closer to 6 p.m. So hopefully the motion is still made with that edit. Any discussion? Okay, I'll do a roll call vote. Member Agarwal?
Aye.
Member Kaguz and I. Member Smith?
Aye.
And Member Chavez?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. We go to item number 2, Annual Brown Act and Fair Political Practices Training for Board and Leadership. Dr. Fricker?
At this time, we are going to welcome Mr. Jerry Simmons from YMC to do the Brown Act training for the Board of Education. And Jerry is via Zoom.
Good evening, everyone. Can I just have the little technical issue to allow me to share screen? Oh, you're going to share it on there. That's fine. All right. Well, good evening, everyone. I know the board members know who I am, but if there's members of the public there, I'm Jerry Simmons, and I am one of the partners at Young Mini and Core. And tonight I'm going to be doing a presentation primarily on Brown Act and Political Reform Act, but I do have one little slide to give you a little glimpse of some new laws coming your way and that I thought might be of interest to the board. So without further ado, I'm just going to jump in to the training. So if someone can advance me to first, next slide there. Yep. So what is the purpose of the Brown Act? Next slide. It's an open meeting law, and what it requires is that the board make most of its meeting time open to members of the public so that members of the public can hear the discussions, can hear the debates, can see how board members are voting, as well as members of the public can give you input up to time limits set by you that are reasonable So it's really sort of a broad public access is really its goal. The Brown Act applies to meetings of the board. Meetings of the board involve any time a majority of you are going to hear, discuss, deliberate, or take action on any item of charter school business, which is why even when you're just hearing a presentation as you are now, it still requires an agenda to be posted. The Brown Act applies to nearly all committees. There is one tiny little exception that applies if a committee can check all 4 of the boxes at the bottom of the screen. What I encourage folks to do, though, is instead of viewing it as an objective to check all 4 boxes, I think you always want to have the right people in the room to make the best decision. And that's what should be driving your decision about who you appoint to committees and what level of power you give them. And then, if an agenda posting is required, so be it. If not, so be it. But at least that way, you're in a situation where you've got the right people in the room to make the best decision. Serial meetings are prohibited. Serial meetings are basically the opposite of what you're supposed to be doing. Serial meetings are where you've got a majority of the board members engaged in a series of communications outside of a board meeting where you posted an agenda. And that can occur through direct communications, intermediaries, or technology, and where you're discussing, deliberating, or taking action on anything relating to the charter school. Okay. Teleconference meetings. Let's talk about that for a minute. This is one of the more complicated areas in the Brown Act these days. It used to be really simple, but these normal rules for participating via teleconference have been in the Brown Act for many, many years, and they are the rules that I would encourage you to use just as much as humanly possible. Because they're simple, they're straightforward, they're easy for the staff and board members to implement. And there's minimal disruption and chaos caused when a board member participates using this set of rules. There's another set of rules we're going to talk about in a couple of minutes, and I'll go through the reasons why sometimes there may be an extraordinary circumstance where using one of those rules would be appropriate. But under the normal rules, you've got to post that agenda at all teleconference locations. So somebody's going to be calling in from the Hilton Hawaiian Village while they're on vacation, no problem. But, the agenda has to be posted there that entire posting period in advance. Each teleconference location has to be identified in the notice and agenda of the meeting. So you'd have to put the address in Honolulu on your agenda in addition to whatever address the balance of the board members are going to be meeting at. Next slide. All votes have to be taken by roll call. So you have to call each board member's name one by one anytime you've got a board member participating by teleconference and take the votes in that fashion. Each teleconference location has to be accessible to the public, meaning Americans with Disabilities Act compliance is required. Members of the public have to be able to hear and have the right to speak to the board directly from each teleconference location. Fortunately, in light of our modern smartphones, that is typically just as easy as pressing the speakerphone button on your phone and you're good to go. And then finally, a quorum of the board or a majority must participate from within the charter school's jurisdiction. And in this case, your jurisdiction is the County of Orange. So those are the normal rules. Again, we try to stick to those whenever humanly possible. But there are a couple of times when you may have a circumstance which this other set of rules is better suited for. This other set of rules, which became effective January 1st of last year, allows you to have a member participating when they have an emergency or a just cause reason to do so, without having to identify the teleconferencing location on the agenda, and without having to allow public access to the teleconferencing location. And if you think about it, that's kind of intuitive, because if somebody really truly has an emergency or a last minute sort of circumstance, obviously they wouldn't have typically known about that 72 hours in advance. It's the sort of thing that would arise after the agenda was posted, and the legislature is trying to allow in an emergency circumstance, a board member to be able to participate, still in the meeting if really necessary. Next slide. What I'm going to do is kind of just take you through a lot of these rules under Assembly Bill 2449, unfortunately are very ticky-tacky, and you'll start to understand why I don't recommend you use this any more than necessary, because it just creates a lot of things to track and to try to make sure you're compliant with. But first up, the member has to notify the governing board all the way up until the start of a regular meeting if their reason for participating is just cause. And they can do that only up to twice per calendar year for a just cause reason. Okay, you'll see there's other caps that are contained in the statute that apply to emergency circumstances, and we'll get to those in a minute. If it's an emergency circumstance, then in addition to providing notice to the governing board, in an emergency circumstance, the governing board actually has to take action to approve the request. And if they deny that request, then you will not be able to participate as a member of the board in that particular meeting. Anytime somebody makes that request, if you know about it in advance such that you can include it on the agenda, you're going to have a general description, which is going to explain sort of in very general terms the nature of the emergency participation request. Next slide. Now, what are emergencies and what is just cause? Emergency circumstances is really narrowly defined as a physical or family medical emergency that prevents a member from attending in person.
I was worried. Yeah.
I'm sorry, was there a question?
Well, we're all looking at me in the room because I am recovering from COVID. And so thought I had to be here, and I was lucky that it all worked out. But what if it didn't? Then, like, what I could have, it would have still been quorum, right? If I did it remotely? We don't know.
So the challenge, which we're going to see here in just a moment, is that utilizing these new rules, unlike the traditional teleconference rules,
just in case anyone
utilizing the new rules, a quorum of the legislative body has to be at a single physical location within the jurisdiction. And so because Paul is already not in the jurisdiction, if you were to also participate by teleconference, we wouldn't have had a quorum in the single physical location.
I got it. Okay.
Yeah.
That's why it was the
So now just cause is a little bit broader. It involves childcare or caregiving needs of a series of relatives there, a contagious illness, a need to attend related to physical or mental disability, or travel while you're an official business of OPA, or if you work for the state or some other local agency, it would also cover you in that circumstance.
I would have taken it to the parking lot.
Next slide. So in addition to making that request remotely as soon as you also must make a separate request for each meeting in which you seek to participate remotely, meaning that you can't say, I'm requesting for the next 2 meetings in advance. You have to make it each time for each meeting. And then if the request doesn't allow sufficient time to place it on the agenda, because of course, an emergency by definition typically will arise after the agenda is posted, then the board may actually add an item to the agenda and you're permitted to take action at the beginning of the meeting to approve that emergency participation request. Next slide. I mentioned to you that there's sort of a 2-cap system here. So for just cause, no more than twice per year. But if it's an emergency, then there's a cap for that too. No more than 3 consecutive months, no more than 20% of the regular meetings within the calendar year, and no more than 2 meetings if you regularly meet fewer than 10 times per calendar year. There's a number of other requirements. This first one is the one we just discussed, relative to the question Danelli had. One of the key differences between this and the normal teleconference rules is that a quorum has to participate in person from a single physical location. That is a little bit more difficult under these rules. Members of the public have to be provided a means to participate where they can visually see, not just have audio, but also visual. So it makes things a little bit more complicated. The agenda has to provide notice of how members of the public can access the meeting and provide public comment. And you cannot require public comments to be submitted in advance. So here, what this requires essentially is that if you ever think you might have a board member wanting to participate via just cause or emergency circumstance, you have to have the magic language on your agenda for essentially every meeting, because you would be in advance anticipating that someone might want to do it. Obviously, if you don't have this language on the agenda, you can't have a member participate but via emergency or just cause rules. And so the only way to enable them to do so would be to sort of preemptively add it to every agenda, and then you're covered in case someone needs to do it. One other thing that became an issue, not so much in the summer months where we are now, although I suppose it could happen now too, we had some issues with power disruptions during the winter. And one of the special rules under this is that the board may not take any action until remote access to the meeting is restored if the broadcast is disrupted. And so we had a couple circumstances where the power went out at a client location, and that prevented the broadcast of the meeting from taking place. And so as a result, the whole meeting had to be sort of frozen. And because the power didn't come back on, the board had to, reschedule the balance of the agenda items. So if you anticipate rolling blackouts during the summer, or if there's a bad winter storm or something like that, pro tip for you is put your important items up front, just in case something like that happens and you have to suspend the meeting. All right, next slide. One other super random thing, which no one still has been able to explain to me why this is part of the law, but if you participate pursuant to these new rules, the board member has to publicly disclose before action is taken if any individuals 18 years of age or older are present in the room at their remote location, and the general nature of the member's relationship with any such individuals. The reason I think this is so strange is that if somebody walked into your meeting in Orange County right now, they'd have the right to, take a chair and not tell you who they are, not tell you whether they're related to a board member, or, whether they're friends with a board member or anything like that. It wouldn't matter whether they were over 18 or under 18, they could do that. And there would be no opportunity for you to force them to tell you their name or anything about them. But if by chance they just happen to be in the room with a member who's utilizing this procedure, you're going to have to make that sort of disclosure about them. I think it's particularly awkward because the times that we've had where clients have been utilizing this often have been hospital situations. And it's just super awkward, as you can imagine, to be in a situation where you're like, hey, this is my nurse, her name is Jill, she's over 18. It's just very weird. It's just a very weird and awkward thing. So anyway, it is part of the law, so that's what we do. Next slide. The agenda has to be posted properly in advance of a meeting and must include a brief description of the items to be transacted or discussed. With very, very few exceptions, if an item is not on the agenda, the board cannot discuss it. Next slide. You're going to post regular meetings 72 hours in advance, special meetings 24 hours in advance, emergency meetings very, very exceptionally rare. I've only had this happen once in all my years of practice, and it was where we had a charter school where there was work stoppage, which is one of the reasons you can qualify under this third bullet point. It was a teacher strike, and as a result, they had the right to have a board meeting with an hour's notice. Where to post? You're going to post at a physically accessible location during the entire posting period, on the website homepage, and then at all teleconference locations, assuming you're using the normal rules. Again, if you're using the special new rules for emergency or just cause, one of the whole purposes is you don't need to identify the address on the agenda because you wouldn't have known about that in advance. So you're not required to do that for the new rules. All right, there are several special rights that members of the public have when they come to your meeting. They have the right to give you oral testimony at your meeting, subject to time limits that you set. Most agencies pick 2 or 3 minutes. Members of the public have the right to audio record and broadcast. And, you know, this was going on a lot, particularly during the COVID era, where we had media organizations and parents showing up to charter school meetings across the state to cover, you know, discussions being held with members of the public and stakeholders about vaccinations and masking and social distancing and, you know, all of that was going on in that period. Outside of those occasional flashpoints, the reality is that for most of our clients, they have nobody or maybe just senior staff typically in attendance. So it's fairly rare that somebody comes to record and broadcast your meeting from the media or the general community. You may not have conditions of public attendance, so you cannot say that someone has to be a parent in order to come to the meeting, or somebody has to reside in the district to come to your meeting, or anything like that. If they have a pulse, they're able to come into your meeting, and you can't require them to provide their name or their address or anything else as a condition of just coming and sitting. We've discussed already in a couple other contexts, but here as well, the board meeting location has to be compliant with the Americans with Disabilities Act. And then finally, copies of agendas and other public writings that relate to open session agenda items have to be made available to members of the public after they are distributed to members of the board of directors. So there are 6 reasons you could be in closed session as a charter school, and this allows you to exclude members of the public. The first is pending or anticipated litigation, where you're getting advice from legal counsel. The next is personnel, and that has several subtopics and subcategories within it, but it includes appointment of new employees. It includes evaluation of employees, discipline of employees, dismissal of employees, all that whole sort of constellation. And that's because employees have a right to privacy here in California, so we handle those sorts of matters in closed session. This caveat at the bottom, I doubt will ever apply to you, but the law does require that if the board itself is going to hear complaints or charges against an employee, and that's where you're literally hearing from all parties in some sort of dispute and allowing them all to present information to you, you have to give 24 hours written notice to the employee in advance. Next slide. All right, the remaining 4 reasons, conference with real estate negotiator, and this is when you're going to be talking about the purchase or sale of real property. Conference with labor negotiator, you know, most commonly you see this referenced on public agency agendas when they have unions, but actually the Brown Act allows you to have a labor negotiator even for non-union employees. So that's up to you if you want to appoint someone to do that. And to act as a negotiator on your behalf. That is certainly within your purview as a board. Public security was added after 9/11 and allows various law enforcement agencies and your legal counsel to meet with you to discuss threats to public facilities that are operated by Oxford Preparatory Academy. What I would say about this is that originally it had one sort of intent and purpose, right? But in the school context, where I have seen clients use this is not sort of what was probably originally envisioned by the legislature, but rather it has been coming up in the context of students who are making public threats on Facebook or other social media vehicles. And it's typically a student who is troubled in some way and is threatening, you know, some sort of harm. You know, to the school or to employees or to students or something like that. Sometimes those kinds of threats can trigger this public security exception. You know, most commonly, I don't see boards utilizing it because typically what you're going to do is call the police immediately, right? That's going to be your response. And you're going to let law enforcement handle it. But sometimes boards say, well, look, we want to be briefed, You know, we want to understand what's happening and what systems do we have in place to make sure students are safe. So this is a means by which you can have some conversations like that. And then that last one is just pupil discipline, right? So that's anytime the board's going to vote to expel a student, that's also closed session. All right, anytime you're going to be meeting in closed session, you're going to use the safe harbor agenda language. It's contained in the government code that I've referenced there. You don't have to worry about this. Staff takes care of all this for you. Prior to the closed session, your board chair needs to make a public announcement of the reasons for that closed session prior to adjourning to closed session. That's as simple as just reading aloud the list of reasons listed on the agenda. So that's not very complicated. The public has to have an opportunity to comment before the closed session. So, and that's true even if they have absolutely no idea why you're in closed session. You know, they may think they know why you're going into closed session, but you may be talking about something totally different. Oftentimes, I'd say maybe 50% of the time at least, I sit through public comments and I think to myself, well, that's not actually what the employee they're talking about, or not actually the student they're talking about. But nevertheless, you know, members of the public have that opportunity to comment before closed session. And then after closed session, the board has to make a public report of action taken in closed session, as well as the vote or abstention of every member. Now, oftentimes there's no report of action taken in closed session because sometimes matters can spread over multiple months. You know, you might be negotiating over a property matter for 4 or 5, 6 months. And so it may not be, you know, until the tail end of that process that you see any sort of, you know, action taken by the board. And sometimes that final action is really an open session matter anyway, rather than a closed session matter. Only necessary personnel may attend. So typically this is going to include your CEO or executive director, right? It might include legal counsel, depending on what's on the agenda. It might include your labor negotiator or your realtor, depending on what's on the agenda. If you've got a student discipline matter, it might include an administrator who handles student discipline matters for you. But you need to make sure that those people have a real need to be there because they're providing you information or advice. Okay. Now, confidentiality is required. This one has been a little bit of a trigger point some places elsewhere. And I guess what I would say about this is you should not be disclosing at any time things that you learn in closed session to your spouse or your best friend or your kids or, you know, other employees of the school who are not present in the closed session. If you do make certain disclosures like that, then sometimes you might get sued for breach of an individual's right to privacy or something like that. And we have had some charter school board members over the years be sued on the basis of, you know, making inappropriate disclosures of what should be closed session confidential matters. So just be thoughtful about that. You know, that has not occurred here, but it's just one of those friendly reminders. Executive compensation, you know, you all just went through this, you know, in naming Dr. Fricker. You know, you have to approve that compensation at a regular meeting, and you have to make an oral report of the salary or the salary schedule, the benefits, etc. And that action is always taken in open session. All right, jumping to the next topic of conflict of interest laws. Just got a few slides here to kind of just be friendly reminders. So a conflict of interest arises anytime one of you has some sort of private financial interests in the outcome of a decision that is about to be made by the charter school. And that could be typically a contract for the purchase of goods or services. And where, notwithstanding that financial interest, that member or that administrator chooses to participate in the decision-making process, meaning they're voting or they're making the decision to approve, or they are influencing the decision-making process by talking to administrators or talking to other board members, or even they're not good at it, but they attempted to influence others in making the contract or decision, right? Like even if it didn't end up going their way, they nevertheless tried to make it go their way, and that's also problematic. So it's a clash between an individual's duty to your office and your personal financial interests. So here's some common types of financial interests regulated by conflict of interest laws. Ownership or investment in a business entity. This is, you're a business owner in the community. Investment in real property that might be near one of OPA's schools or a location that OPA is looking at as a potential future school. Source of income. This is typically a job, but could be royalties or any number of other things. Source of gifts, or not, it doesn't fit in one of the above categories, but it has some effect on your personal finances. And that could be either positive effect or negative effect, either one. Typically, the financial interests of immediate family members, board members, and administrators are covered, meaning that if somebody in your family owns stock in a company who wants to do business with the school, that conflict of interest is imputed to you as if you personally owned the stock as a member of the board. Next up. So I'm going to talk first about Government Code Section 1090. This is a statute that gets paid particularly close attention to by a number of district attorneys in California, including especially Orange. Orange County did successfully prosecute a former charter school board member of a different charter school in Orange County for a Government Code Section 1090 violation. What does it involve? It's sometime when you have a public official, which can be a board member, can be an officer, meaning someone you elect as president, secretary, or treasurer, or it can be an employee, typically a senior management employee, and they're making a public contract for sale or purchase of goods or services, and they have some financial interest in that contract. If all three of those elements are met, then we have a potential Government Code Section 1090 violation. So if we advance to the next slide, we'll see what happens when that's the case. So if you have one board member who has a financial interest, then the entire board is prohibited from entering into the contract, even if it's the best vendor, even if it's the best price, even if the interested board member abstains from the discussion and vote, unless an exception applies. And there are a whole bunch of really ticky-tacky exceptions that are present in the sections that follow 1090 in the code. We don't have time to go through all of those. It could take hours to go through them all. But what I would say is, that the most common types of exceptions involve contracts with nonprofit agencies, where someone might be on both sides of a contract with a nonprofit. So I would not go so far as to say all contracts with nonprofits are exempt. I'm just saying that is probably the most common sort of exception that comes up in this context. Note that making a public contract is defined very broadly. It's not just the signature on the contract. It's not just the vote to approve it. It applies to the earliest discussions, planning, solicitation for bids, and that sort of thing. And so if you're participating in a conversation about an RFP that the school is going to issue, seeking proposals or seeking bids, and you know that some company you have a financial interest in may want to submit a bid, well, guess what? Once you've participated in that conversation, too late. We're not going to be able to unring that bell. And so that company is actually not going to get chosen because of Government Code Section 1090. The statute is the toughest standard to meet, and a violation of it is a felony in the state of California. And the other consequence is that the contract is void. And so what that can mean is that the company has to refund the money back to the charter school. Notwithstanding the fact they may already have provided the service. So, it's not good for the company. It's not good for the board member. It's just a really bad situation. If, there is an exception to 1090, and only if there's an exception to 1090, do we then look at the Political Reform Act's provisions about who can vote on contracts. So if we advance forward a slide here, we're going to see that, the Political Reform Act's provisions are very similar to Government Code 1090. However, under Political Reform Act, if that interested board member recuses him or herself from all parts of the decision-making process, meaning all discussions, regardless of whether they're inside or outside of board meetings, and if they leave the room during the board's discussion and vote at the meeting and they don't vote, then the remaining board members may in fact approve a contract. Now, again, this only comes up if there's an exception to 1090, which is why, you go through the toughest, sieve first, and only if you survive that do you analyze here. Next slide. Another thing Political Reform Act requires is that you adopt a conflict of interest code and that you update it every couple of years. I don't recall now when the last time was that you updated yours, but typically the county clerk will send you a note and say, you're due, please send me your update. And that often is the trigger. But probably makes sense to just look and see when was the last one done and, sort of get that on calendar to remind yourselves as well.
We usually do it like February, February.
So what does the conflict of interest code do? Its primary purpose is just to assign, which administrators have to fill out the form and what disclosure categories they have to fill out on the form. What I would say is the number one issue involving these Form 700s that charter schools are running into is that many folks, they look at it, it seems extremely intimidating because it's this huge packet and it's overwhelming to them. And so sometimes what they'll do is they'll just check no reportable interests on page 1 and they'll turn in the form. Now, where that becomes a problem is that if people know that, your spouse owns a business in town, or they know that you do, or, you're listed on OPA's website as being CEO of a company or something like that, the authorizer is going to look at your form and be like, that doesn't make sense to me. They have no reportable interest because I know they own a car wash in town or whatever it may be, right? And so in a circumstance like that, what we see happening now is that sometimes authorizers are reporting board members or administrators to the FPPC, and then the FPPC investigates and makes a decision whether to fine them for failing to, appropriately disclose on the Form 700 form. So just make sure you're not checking that box on no reportable interests unless that's really, you've read all the instructions carefully and that's really true. So Form 700s, it's another term for them is Statement of Economic Interests. You're going to file them at least 3 times as a member of the board, once upon assuming or reappointment to office or position within 30 days. So I think we have a reappointment on the agenda. And so assuming that board member is in fact reappointed, that's a trigger for a Form 700 to be filed within 30 days. And then once annually by April 1st, and then within 30 days of leaving your board seat or your office, okay, your employment position. If you deliberately fail to file, you could face criminal charges. I've in practice never seen that happen because typically people do file, and if anything, what they probably have done is failed to read the instructions carefully and maybe failed to disclose something. But I've rarely seen a circumstance where somebody purposefully did not file their form.
Can we ask a clarifying question about that?
Yeah.
So we elect officers every year. And when we switch positions of that, do we have to, like, if we go from like secretary to vice president or treasurer to secretary, like, do we have to resubmit that at that point in time?
That's a great question. I've never had somebody ask that question before. Normally, this comes up in the context of an employment situation. Like, for example, you've hired a new executive director, something like that, within 30 days, you're filing that form. But let me look into that and get back to you on if somebody is just an officer but not an employee.
Thank you.
Made a little note there.
You're getting all this, right?
Yeah, I-
That's when to.
I wrote notes.
Okay.
All right. And then, the FPPC has authority to levy fines if people are either not filing timely or they are in a situation where they are, not filling out the form and disclosing properly. Please also note that the agency itself, meaning OPA, has an obligation under the regulations to follow up if people are late and they haven't filed their form. So sometimes we have seen folks question the agency to say, well, did you follow up and remind this board member they had an obligation to file? And we'd like to see your letter where you reminded that board member that. So that's another thing to just sort of have on the radar.
So
Next
when
slide.
we leave the board, we're also required to do it as well for
Correct.
30 days after.
That is correct.
What if 30 days has passed?
Then I want to be super clear about this. I am never ever blessing people filing forms late because it's not, you want to always file on time. However, if it's already passed and there's no opportunity to file it on time, I would still file it late. And the reason I would do that is because then there's not a deliberate failure to file, right? You don't want to have a deliberate failure to file. You want to be in a situation where you're like, I made a mistake. I missed the timeline. I filed it late. And I can tell you that in more than 20 years of practice, I've never seen someone be fined when they filed late the first time. In other words, the first time they got caught filing something late. Where I have seen it be an issue is if somebody is consistently filing late and then they get caught, then it's like, okay, you might get a fine for something like that.
But Jerry, what about, because if someone's left, it's kind of up to the individual as well as the organization to be willing, like the organization can't hold that person accountable for it if they're no longer here. So what if they refuse? We would just document that?
You would document that so that you could show that the agency at least had done, what it could, to ensure that things were done properly. That's right. All right, next slide.
And Jerry, is this only for board members or also for senior staff members?
Administration.
So the Form 700 is board members are automatically covered, and then senior staff who have a role to play in recommending or approving contracts for the sale or purchase of goods or services are also included. So that is typically going to be your, executive director, your chief financial officer, or similar position, right? And then some schools have other positions who have authority at least up to certain dollar levels, right? Like maybe you have a school principal who under board policies is able to spend $1,000 without coming to anyone for approval. Well, the minute you've delegated that authority from the board to them to spend money, you now, I think, should be asking for a Form 700 because you want to know and understand, is there some conflict of interest issue, right, that has caused them to allocate OPA funds toward that particular vendor.
Yeah, I think, Kim, there's a few action items for us, so we should follow up.
Yes, I will, thank you.
All right, and then I just wanted to kind of give you a heads up just on some new laws coming your way. So we have had, over the past several years, a number of changes to charter school law, and that number of changes seems to be accelerating. So this year in the draft budget trailer bill, there are a number of changes to laws that impact charter schools directly. What's significant about those is that upon signature by the governor of the trailer bills, not the budget itself, but the trailer bill, it's effective immediately upon the governor's signature. And so we've seen some charter schools get into trouble because they get out of compliance on something unknowingly because the law just like poof overnight it changed and you're in the middle of a school year. So just watch that carefully. And then other bills, if approved, will typically not become effective until January 1, 2025. It's premature in virtually all cases to know if they'll be approved and what their final text will be. Most of those bills currently are in the second House's policy committee, and they can be amended there. They can be amended into the appropriations committee. They can be amended on the floor of the second House. So there's still, a lot of room to see these bills morph and change over time. So I would say premature as to things other than the trailer bill to know. We'll have a much better sense of that in about a month and a half. I think in terms of what'll get out of the legislature, and then of course the governor has time to sign or veto. So, early fall we'll have a good sense of what'll become law on January 1, 2025. We always do, and I know some of you have attended in the past, we always do a new laws workshop following the governor's signing deadline to go over all the things that are changes. And so that's a great resource for you as board members and staff to take advantage of. And then this last one that I just wanted to make sure was on your radar. You've probably seen some news coverage indicating that the state budget is a little bit of a fantasy at the moment because people are making assumptions that there'll be more revenue than maybe seems actually realistic. We'll see. Obviously, it could be that revenue will pick up. It's really hard to say. But what we do know is that if revenue does not pick up, there is the potential that the legislature will come back mid-year and will rewrite how much money is allocated to K-12 education this year. My sense is that if they do something like that, they will probably follow the same pattern they have over the last couple of times. They probably will not do it in actual cuts to schools. Rather, what they will probably do is pay you late. In other words, they'll try to make their cash flow problem your cash flow problem by paying you next fiscal year for the education you provide to students this fiscal year. So I encourage you to keep a close watch and eye on that because, if they start to rewrite the rules in the middle of the year on you, you could suddenly have some unexpected cash flow problems that you're not going to necessarily see at this juncture of the year where you're approving the initial budget for each of the charter schools. With that, that's the end of my presentation. So if there's questions, I'm happy to take more questions. But otherwise, I am done with my presentation.
Jerry, could you briefly talk about committee discussions versus board meeting discussions? Meaning, what is in the scope of, say, finance committee discussions in finance committee versus discussions that have to happen in the board meeting?
So your committees can talk about anything that is within the scope that you have assigned them as a board. So if that's unclear, that's probably something that you want to address through some sort of a board policy or board action. You would lay out what each committee's responsibility is, the scope of it, as well as, are they advisory or are they decision-making as a body, right? And again, as you make those sorts of decisions, there are certain things that committees cannot have delegated authority from the full board to do. In other words, certain ways that they're restricted by statute, certain topics they can't alone do without the board's approval. But most things the board can delegate to a committee in terms of day-to-day issues that arise. So Some of our larger clients who have larger boards, they might have an executive committee, for example, that meets and has authority to make certain decisions on behalf of the organization in between meetings, in between board meetings, things like that, right? So, so some schools utilize that differently than you all do. I think because you have such a small board, though, that doesn't really necessarily make sense, I think, as a structure for you to have an executive committee, because then you'd be thinking like 2 members or something. That just seems like a really small number, to be making decisions on behalf of the whole board. So I think when you have a 5 or 6 member board, I think it's going to make more sense to have the decisions made by the full board, right? Even if a committee is discussing them in more depth.
Yeah, I think I'm more thinking more like that, where could we, for example, temporarily say, go and discuss some strategies for a um, specific outcome that the board is trying to do, but come up with just strategy for the organization and come and present it to the board. But obviously, we don't make this. I don't think we made any decisions in committees, but I'd assume that we wouldn't want to delegate that at all. But because, as you said, it's a small board. But I suppose we could say, please go and work within the committee and come back with 3 or 4 strategies to do this, and then the board can decide, right? That is permissible,
That's
I
fine.
suppose.
Absolutely. That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, I'm going to turn it back to you all so that you can move on to your next agenda item.
Excellent. Thank you, Jerry. Thanks for the very informative session. We appreciate it. We will move to item number 2. I'm sorry, item number 3. Community input on closed session agenda items. Members of the public may comment on items listed on the closed session agenda only. To address the board, please fill out a request to address the board of directors and submit online or in person prior to the start of the meeting. When called upon, state your name and whether you have children attending OPA schools. Comments are not to exceed 3 minutes per individual. Comments will be accepted for a total of 30 minutes for closed session. A speaker may not relinquish their time to another person. All meetings are recorded via Zoom. Before I ask if there's any community input, I'm going to just quickly read out the agenda items for closed session for discussion and possible action. Item number A, conference with legal counsel anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to 54956.9b, one case. Conference with legal counsel anticipated litigation, paragraph 4 of subdivision D of Government Code 54956, initiation of litigation, one case. Public employee appointment, discipline, dismissal, release 54957. And item number D, public employee performance evaluation 54957, the title executive director. Dr. Fricker, are there any community input on closed session agenda items?
There are no comments.
Thank you, Dr. Fricker. We will now go into closed session and we expect to reconvene to open session at 7 p.m. Thank you, everyone. Are we ready to get started? Okay, thank you, Jonathan. We've reconvened to open session at 8:22 p.m. Report out from closed session. We have one report out. The board voted to place an employee on administrative leave. The vote was 4-0 with the following members voting yes. Member Agarwal, aye. Member Kegu, aye. Member Smith, aye. And Member Travis, aye. Okay, we go to item number 6, flag salute. Dr. Fricker, would you mind leading us in the flag salute?
Absolutely. Place your hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Dr. Fricker. We go to item number 7, recognitions. Board member recognition. Dr. Fricker?
So tonight, it is my very special pleasure and honor to recognize all of you as board members. I know that you serve 2 year terms typically, and it's really unique of the OPA board because the OPA board of directors is really a voluntary board. And you set all of the goals, you part direction, and you also set board policy. And all of those things help us as the administrative team do our jobs and fulfill your goals and obligations as a board. So tonight, the collective board of individuals, you selflessly dedicate all of your time, energy, and effort for the betterment of all of the OPA students, our staff, and the organization in total. This is a truly unique and an extraordinary board. Some boards of education do get a paid stipend and or health benefits. You, the board of directors at OPA, do not. And so this takes a lot of time from your families, it takes a lot of time from you personally, and we truly are very honored and very proud to call you as our board members. So I just want to honor the board members tonight in recognition for your service. Mr. Paul Kegu, Ms. Delight Travis, Dr. Amy Smith, and Ms. Tanelli Agarwal. And Eva does have some flowers for you this evening in recognition of your service. Paul, I'm so sorry. We tried telefloral. Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Those are pretty.
So thank you all for your service.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Fricker, for those kind words, and thank you, staff, for recognizing us. Okay, we've got item number 8, items of presentation and discussion. We start with item number A, chronic absentee policy. Ms. Lucarod, Director of Student Services and Accountability.
So I'm going to be taking her presentation for you this evening. It is periodic that the board update board policy whenever there are legislative actions taken to bring policy to light that needs to be updated here at OPA. Tonight we have the truancy policy revisions for you. There are 2 programmatic changes. We have 2 changes that have initiated this policy update. Sorry. The first one is Assembly Bill 1503, and that it oversees excused absences for religious retreats and religious purposes. So these laws establish what we can and cannot count for excused absences regarding to religious retreat and religious observances. And so the policy is updated to reflect that. In addition, we have Senate Bill 350, and that's excused absences for funeral and grief support services. So those policies establish timelines for how many days we can count for students who have immediate family members who have a loss in their family and they have to either attend a funeral and or are going through that grieving process. In addition to, can you advance me, John? Oh, there we go. In addition to those legislative updates, we want to have clear and concise language for the OPA board policy as it imparts to excused absences or reasons for excused absence, method of verification of absence, addressing chronic absenteeism, and that's a student who has 10 absences or 10% of their total time in education as absence. And then also processing for truancy, what we go through with those START meetings and those scheduled meetings and calls with parents to try to correct the truancy before we actually take action. And then the final action would be voluntary and involuntary removal from OPA. And so we are a school of choice, so we do have the obligation to make sure that our processes within the policy are followed within the entire organization. So that is the board policy updates and the reason why we are asking the board to update this policy.
Thank you, Dr. Ficker. Any comments or questions?
I did have a couple questions. The attendance policy, is it based on like every year? Like it's not based on like their total time in the school, it's more of every year they cannot have chronic absenteeism?
Every year, it's
Okay.
year by year, it resets every year.
Okay, that was my clarifying question.
Yep.
And then I would like to make sure that then we relook at our independent study contract as well.
Yeah.
As part of this, now that this is updated, because those really go hand in hand. And so I just wanna make sure, I think this is really good, but I do wanna make sure that that is also looked at in light of these changes.
Yes, perfect, I will make a note of that and we can bring that back at a later date.
I have
Okay.
2 questions. One, I always like to confirm this had legal review.
Yes, it did.
Okay, thank you. And then second is, can we put on our list of things to do once we get governance committee up and going? I think we've talked about that we have that committee do first review of all policies, so something like this would go through there first.
Yes,
And then also, I'd like that committee to explore, like in this case, you presented that our policies also have our practices as part of them. And I'd like to explore maybe looking at how other LEAs do a separate policy and then administrative regulation.
correct.
And see if that might be something we wanna look at for OPA,
Okay,
instead
and
of
so you
having
want
them
that back,
combined.
you want both of those things going to the governance committee?
Boy, if that makes most sense, if we're
Yes.
not gonna convene one forever, I don't want it.
Right, you
To
can lose the
linger,
policy.
We will have
Right.
schedules for the next board meeting should be,
Okay,
and then I'll put both of those on the agenda for first review.
awesome, thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay,
If there's nothing else, then we'll go to item number B, dashboard local indicators.
so this presentation is a little bit longer. But all the information is really good and critical to go through. So as we look at the local indicators, this is an annual report that comes to the board at the same time the LCAP come to the board for approval. And the California it's a California accountability system that shares performance data with the public. It's more than just single numbers, it oversees a wide variety of indicators that indicate the health of the whole organization. Measures continuous improvement, it's a focus on equity for all students, it's integral to the LCAP development and local decision making, and it measures progress on the 8 state priorities. The dashboard informs the development of the actual LCAP document, which is a local control accountability plan. And that document is usually in 3-year cycles, so the dashboard indicators are ratings on that dashboard. The local data that we add and in conjunction with that also informs the goals and the actions that we set within the LCAP. There are state measures, if I can flip to the next. There are state measures that help us round out these indicators, and it's academic performance, it's graduation rate from high school, which we do not have, but those are a part of the state measures. Suspension rates, chronic absenteeism, college and career readiness, and English learners and their progress through the English language system towards fluency. The 5 local indicators, they are graded, and the grades associated with those 5 indicators that you see below are in the met category, not met category, and then not met for 2 years plus. So you would fall into one of those bands for basic conditions, and that's the basic conditions of the organization. Parent engagement, access to a broad course of study, implementation of academic standards, and school climate. The local indicators measuring progress for district charter schools are required to use State Board of Education approved reflection tools to measure progress on 5 local indicators and report progress at board meetings. But this is one of them. And it requires the districts and charters to reflect and access progress through a variety of different tools. So the first one that we're going to look at is basic services. It is a portion to state priority 1, appropriately assigned teachers, access to curriculum, aligned instructional materials, safe and clean functional school facilities all fall in that category. This is aligned to our LCAP goals 2 and 3. 2 is highly qualified staff and participants in professional development focused on 21st century teaching and learning. And 3, safe, secure, well-equipped learning environments will be provided for student activities. The standard for this is LEAs promptly address any complaints and other deficiencies identified throughout the academic year as applicable. And then we're gonna go over to this category. This category is in the MET grade, that we've met this standard. Indicator 1, appropriately assigned teachers and access to the curriculum, aligned instructional materials, and safe, clean, functioning schools. You can see there in those 3 categories, number of percent of misassignment teachers or vacant positions, we have 0 indication, we have met that. Number of percent students without access to their own copies of standard aligned materials is 0. And number of identified instances where facilities do not meet the good repair standard is also 0. The local indicator implementing with the implementation of state standards, that is priority number 2, and it's aligned to LCAP goal number 1, and the goal number 1 is increasing student academic achievement, social emotional strength, and engagement through rigorous, engaging, high-quality curriculum and instruction, utilizing a theory of multiple intelligence. The standard here is that LEAs annually measure the progress and implement the state academic standards, which we do on the next slide. So how does OPA implement the state standards? So here we have a rating scale, and the rating scale is pretty consistent throughout all of these indicators. So the rate that the LEA progress in providing professional learning for teachers and recently adopted academic standards and curriculum framework is identified below. So for English language arts, we have a 5, which is full implementation and sustainability. English language development, or ELD, we have 4, which is full implementation. Mathematics, we have a 5, full implementation and sustainability. Next generation science standards, we have 4, which is full implementation. And history, social science, we have 4, which is a full implementation. And it just depends on how, in what years did we put in that curriculum and how far in that implementation have we gone. The next one is OPA implementation of state standards. And it's number 2, the rate of LEA's progress in making instructional materials that are aligned to recently adopted academic standards and the curriculum frameworks identified below are available in all classrooms where the subject is taught. So English language arts, again, that's 5, full implementation and sustainability. English language development, or ELD, is 4, full implementation. Math is a 5, full implementation with sustainability. Next generation science standards is a 5 with full implementation and sustainability. And history, social science is a 5, again, full implementation and sustainability. Number 3, this is to rate the LEA's progress on implementing policies or programs to support staff in identifying areas where they can improve in delivering instruction aligned to recently adopted academic standards and or curriculum frameworks identified. So again, it goes through the same categories. In each of these categories, English language arts, English language development, math, the next generation science standards, and history, social sciences, we have a 4, indicating that that's in full implementation. And 4, rate the LEA's progress implementing each of the following academic standards adopted by the state board. Here we look at career technical education. For us, it's a 3. We're in the initial implementation, and that's at the middle school. Health education content standards, we're at a 4, which is full implementation. Physical education models, content standards, visual and performing arts, and world language, we are also at a 4. So we're at full implementation in those categories. 5, rate the LEA success at engaging in the following activities with teachers and school administration during the prior school year. And the indicators below are identifying the professional learning needs for groups of teachers and staff as a whole, which is 5, full implementation sustainability. And we've received 4s in identifying the professional learning needs of individual teachers and providing support for teachers on the standards that they have not mastered yet, and that is at full implementation. So there is programs to assist in both of those categories. State priority 3 is parent engagement, and that aligns to LCAP goal 4, where all stakeholders will be engaged in the learning process by promoting a variety of opportunities for parents, students, staff, and the community that strengthens communication and meaningful participation. The standard here is that the LEA will annually measure its progress in 1, seeking input from parents in decision making, and 2, promoting parent participation in programs. And the indicator 3, parent and family engagement. So the indicators below are rate the LEA's progress in developing the capacity of staff, administrators, teachers to build trusting and respectful relationships with families. We have a 4, full implementation. Rate of LEA's progress in creating a welcoming environment for all families in the community. That's a 5, full implementation with sustainability. And then rate the LEA's progress in supporting staff to learn about each family's strength, cultures, language, and goals for the children. Number 4, full implementation. And then rate the LEA's progress in developing multiple opportunities for the LEA and school sites to engage in two-way communication between families and educators using language that is understandable and accessible to all families, and that is a 5, so full implementation with sustainability. Going on to building partnerships for student outcomes. Rate the LEA's progress in providing professional development to support teachers and principals in improving school capacity to partner with families. That received a 4. Rate the LEA's progress in providing families and information with resources to support student learning and development in the home. That received a 5. Rate the LEA's progress in implementing policies or programs for teachers to meet with families and students to discuss student progress and ways to work together to support and improve student outcomes. That received a 5. And finally, rate the LEA's progress to support families and understand the exercise in their legal rights and advocate for their own students and all students, and that received a 4. Going on to seeking input for decision making. Rate the LEA's progress in building the capacity to support principals and staff to effectively engage families in advisory groups with decision making. That received a 5. Rate the LEA's progress in building the capacity of the supporting family members to effectively engage in advisory groups and decision making. That was a 4. Rate the LEA's progress in providing all families with opportunities to provide input on policies and programs and implement strategies to reach and seek input from any underrepresented group in the school community. That received a 5. And rate the LEA's progress in providing opportunities to have families, teachers, principals, and district administrations work together to plan, design, implement, and evaluate family engagement activities at school and district levels, and that received a 4. OPA's parent engagement, we list the strengths, the progress that we're going to be making moving forward, and just the focus areas where we would like to make some progress. We do feel that there's excellent communication from sites and organizational levels. Parents enjoy evening and community fundraisers and events, and involvement with our honor societies are all areas of strength. Moving forward, just to the focus areas, we want to increase ways of meaningful participation, especially with subgroup populations. Continue expanding parent education opportunities, increase DLAC attendance, and that's for our EL students, and examine ways to communicate parent volunteer opportunities more effectively. In the MET category, we have welcoming environments, establishing trust, and building relationships. And then if we go to the local indicators on climate, here's school climate. This corresponds to LCAP Goal 3, safe, secure, well-equipped learning environments will be provided for student activities. And the standard to meet here is that LEAs will annually measure students' perceptions of school safety and school connectedness through an annual survey and other measures. So in 2003, 2004, the LCAP student survey results, there were 770 responses. Overall, OPA students are connected to OPA. They want to do well in school and believe that OPA provides a positive learning environment for them. They care about the school. They feel that their teachers set high expectations for them, as well as encourage them to do their best. So 77% students said that they agree and strongly agree that OPA staff helps them when they do not understand something. 75% said students agree and strongly agree that OPA encourages high academic achievement. 95% of students want to do well in school. 90% of students state that teachers and school staff expect students to do their best. The school climate indicator was met. Some areas for growth are providing students with opportunities to build character, respect, relationships, and engagement. These areas will continue to be a focus for and are being addressed through our multi-tiered system of support, our positive behavior intervention systems, that's MTSS and PBIS, and the implementation of a graduate profile. Here we had some data, 40% of students, 44% surveyed that they like coming to school, 52% of students surveyed state that OPA staff helps them when they feel upset, and 57% of students surveyed feel that the other students respect them. On to accessing a broad course of study. This is state priority 7. And it aligns to LCAP Goal 1, increasing student achievement, academic achievement, social emotional strength, and engagement through rigorous, engaging, high-quality curriculum and instruction utilizing the theory of multiple intelligence. And here the standard to meet is that LEAs annually measure equity in course access by tracking data, identifying barriers, and implementing improving practices to ensure access to a broad course of study for all students. Indicator 5 is that broad course of study, and the local selected measures or tool used to track the extent to which all students have access to and are enrolled in a broad course of study based on grade span, unduplicated student groups, and individuals with exceptional needs served. Oxford Preparatory Academy uses a variety of assessment and student data tools to assure that all students have access to and are enrolled in a broad course of study based on grade span, unduplicated student groups, and individuals with exceptional needs. Teachers utilize ARIES, iReady diagnostics, and other data sources to analyze demographic and assessment data in order to differentiate curriculum and instruction to meet the needs of our diverse student population. A summary of the differences across school sites. This is also related to a broad course of study. A summary of difference across school sites and student groups having access to and are enrolled in a broad course of study. These students are enrolled in math, ELA, social studies, physical education, and science. Additionally, all students have access to courses in world language, STEM, and music. In the middle grade, students are able to take accelerated math options. Middle school students are also able to choose different electives, which may include band, ASB, PAL, engineering, and art courses. Using assessment data, the curriculum is differentiated for all student groups, and all students have access to all courses. Students with special needs and English learners are provided instruction through a full inclusion model. So, number 3, the identification of barriers preventing access to a broad course of study for students. Teachers continue to receive additional professional development opportunities in differentiation. That's an instructional technique, and the use of multiple intelligences to both continue to focus on current professional development plans to increase students' access to that broad course of study. So revisions, decisions, and new actions that will be implemented or have been implemented to ensure access to a broad course of study for all students. Increasing professional learning opportunities for teachers in developing that multi-tiered system of support, or MTSS. Mathematical practices, differentiation of instruction, multiple intelligences, 6 rotating intervention classes and opportunities at each site have been added to ensure that all students have access to rigorous curriculum and access to the state standards. Additionally, weekly STEM classes continue to be provided to all students in grades K through 5, and STEAM and CTE elective wheels are available in grades 6 through 8. So that is just a summary of the local indicators, where we stand, what our rating is, and then what we plan to do in the future.
Seems like overall we should say congratulations to everyone. We're doing pretty good.
I think you're doing very good. I think that congratulations is well deserved.
Did we lose
Thank you, Dr. Fickett. Thank you. We will move to item number C, Uniform Complaint Update 2023-24. I do have to add that several staff members are not here because they are on vacation. So, Dr. Fickett, if you want to say something about it before you then, I presume you're going to present this as well.
I am presenting them all. We do have staff members on vacation. I hope they're having a wonderful time. And I'm happy to present their presentations for them. The UCP complaint process, or Williams complaint process, happens at various times through the year, and it's our check to make sure that we are compliant with the written and signed requirements for all state funding and categorical program funding. So at this time, with this, hang on, I'm trying to click. There are no complaints at this time, and therefore there's no decisions and there's no appeals. So that's exactly what we want to see, and we want to make sure that we have access to curriculum and materials, and all students have access to well-maintained facilities, and they want to have access to staff members who are properly credentialed. And that's the end of that report.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Fickett.
Fiscal update.
Any comments?
That's great news.
Okay. We got a fiscal update, Ms. Palomino, I guess Ms. Fickett. Dr.
I
Fickett
got them
instead of
all.
Ms.
I got
Palomino.
them.
Wow.
I was the lucky draw, but my vacation was last week. So the vacation is this week, their vacation's this week. So I did want to show this slide. There was some conversation about middle school enrollment, SB enrollment, and SOC enrollment as it relates to the budget. The budget was developed on the more conservative side with regard to two grade ranges. One is TK. The budget factors out the unfunded students. It's not reflected in the budget. It is reflected in ed services so that they provide classroom teachers and resources for the unfunded students, but we don't get funding, so we can't count them in the fiscal budget. The other one at SOC 5th grade. SOC 5th grade is expanding by one classroom. This year we are converting a locker room, which is also on the agenda tonight, and adding a classroom of students. So the 4th grade, even though it is around 86 students, it could hold up to 90 if it was full at enrollment level. We are now adding a classroom to that, which brings that total as they matriculate up to the 5th grade a little bit higher. The 5th grade wait list is lower. We do see some drop off of students who may select to go to a different intermediate school, and or we have a little bit of an adjustment in that 5th grade realm. So the wait list is lower. We don't want to project funding in the budget to the maximum, which would be 120 students was the maximum enrollment that we could put in with that additional classroom space. We downsized that by 10 students for the fiscal budget so that we were erring on the side of caution should students drop over the summertime, and we didn't get that maximum enrollment number of 120. We factored that down to 110 so that we have a little bit of a buffer there should some students drop off. So I know that that was one of the areas that the board had asked question about, and we just wanted to make some clarification on. And that was the only slide that was in addition to the budget that we had as a question remaining.
So I do have one clarifying question.
Yes.
So it's saying 98 for SV. Is it 4 classes or 3 classes for 5th grade?
SV will have 3 classes. So 98 is slightly of a surplus, given that we are projected to have a couple students drop over the summertime.
But wouldn't it be, if it's 30-1 and it's 3 classes, that equals 90?
Yes.
So it should not be budgeted for 98.
I don't know that it's budgeted for
It's
98.
based on what was provided to us in the budget packet. It states SV has 98 fifth
Can you
graders.
tell her which page in the?
Oh yeah, no worries, sorry, thank you. So in the packet, called Multi-Site Budgets Final, June 12, 2024 PDF, page 2, it says multi-year projections. And I'm looking at the enrollment breakdown, and the enrollment breakdown, for fifth grade is saying 98 students. And if it's 3 classes at 30 students each, that's an additional 8 students.
It would be.
Remember, Travis, I think the 30 to 1 is like a target number, but I think we're allowed to go more than that. So I think 98 is the actual number, I believe, if I'm not wrong.
But then it's not a conservative
it's not.
number.
So, well, we were being conservative only with SOC fifth grade due to the wait list, like we
Yes.
didn't have an option to backfill.
Yes.
I do know that the SV teachers were at the SV budget this year is and it may be projected to run at a slight deficit at the end of the year. So to offset that deficit, adding several students, a couple students to each fifth grade classroom was discussed with the teachers. So they had an elevated number at SV that is slightly higher than what we have as a ratio for SOC.
Okay, but then why would you should be budgeting conservatively and saying it's 30 and then have it be it should be the exact opposite, right?
So remember, Travis, if I may, from
Yeah,
a
go
finance committee perspective, I can. So I think last board meeting, I think we all walked away with the impression that we are not accounting for all the enrollment in our classrooms just to be conservative, right? But then I think when we dug into the issue, we realized that that as Dr. Figger mentioned, we are only going to be conservative with the 24-25 academic year SOC fifth grade, because our wait list without opening for open enrollment is limited right now. And so that in that instance, we're not going to the target of 120 this year. We're only budgeting for 110. Everywhere else in the assumptions, we are going with the actual enrollment that we have today and the actual capacity that we have today, because wait lists are very healthy in all other classrooms. So I think we walked away with a different impression from the presentation last board meeting, but I think finance committee has reviewed it, and it's clear that the only place we are being conservative is the fifth grade SOC 24-25.
Okay, and I understand that philosophy, but I guess my question is that when you have the fourth grade SV class going at 30 to 1 and projected at 90, why would you not use that same philosophy for the fifth grade class?
No, I think that I have to go back and see what like the next year's projection is going to be in SV for fifth grade. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but the staff has done the enrollment study, right? And they think they're going to hit these enrollment numbers. So my suggestion is to hold the staff accountable for that. And then if they have any issues with enrollment, then we have to address it at that time.
Okay, all right, I just really want to make sure that this is addressed, because we need to have a consistent philosophy when we're accounting for enrollment numbers across the board.
I agree.
I understand
I
being
agree with you.
conservative, I totally understand being conservative with the SOC class, and that makes sense to me, but then we need to be applying that same logic with the SV class. It doesn't make sense why that number is higher than it should be.
Yeah, and again, I think the 30-1 is a target, but until we kind of release some of the bubbles, we'll have to kind of go with what the enrollment staff is projecting. To kind of summarize the risks in the budget for us in the outer years, we heard earlier from Jerry that there could be deferments of payments. The good news is that both SOC and SV, we have a pretty healthy fund balance, and then middle school we have the line of credit that we can draw upon. So we have a little bit of buffer in the cash side. Operating income wise, I explained to you guys last board meeting already that we have some risks there. I think in SV we have a virtual program that we're not assuming will persist after next year. So that's an upside. So if the virtual program persists, that'll be an upside. And then we're factoring in the virtual students, teachers. So that's an expense. So we're being conservative there, but we're not factoring in the revenue. And then I'd already highlighted the biggest risk would be how do we pay back the middle school loans, which is the 900,000 and the 600,000 we borrowed from the line of credit. And I think until we get more funding on the middle school side, we'll have to keep drawing on the line of credit, right? So I think that's sort of the big summary. I think we need to monitor this in second interim and along the way, and then we'll go back and refresh some of the bubble issues that we have. But yes, I think I tend to agree with you that we have to be consistent. I think we've kind of looked at it in multiple different ways, and it feels like based on the information we know, it's probably as good as it can get, I guess, other than the repayment of the middle school loan, which we have a pathway to.
Yeah, and I think my only thing is that we should try to be conservative, because to me, I'd rather be under budgeting, and so we have the extra revenue, versus projecting a higher number. Like if our ratio is 30-1, it should be either 30-1 or under, based on enrollment, so that if we go over that, then that's a cushion, versus having one particular class be a much higher ratio, and it's not reflective in our or having a much higher number than what is projected in our ratio. So it just doesn't match the logic.
I think we should go back to asking. We can come back, I think, to understand whether the 30-1 is sort of like an ideal number, but we shoot for 33-1. But I agree with you. We should ask that question. And if Dr. Fricker, if you can go back and understand whether the 30-1 is actually more like 33-1. So we should find that out.
Yeah, and what I'm capturing from that is that in the finance committee, just like we talked about the governance committee a minute ago, we should have those conversations about the assumptions and standardize them, and then have consistency across at least the two elementary schools, because they're elementary, and the middle school is going to be different.
I'm wondering too if it would help us moving forward if we always had a comparison of the budget of what it could be based on our capacity for students versus the budget we're projecting based on our enrollment information. So, because I can see there's tension between that as people are trying to project, right? And so always seeing what we have the maximum to go to if we hit capacity, but then also just having the actuals based on literal what's our enrollment projections today.
Yeah, and Dr. Smith, I can actually answer that as well. As far as I can tell, in the outer years, we are budgeting for capacity.
Yeah, and that's
okay.
And we should, and I don't necessarily think that's the best philosophy, because if we
and I can
go ahead.
Yeah, and I can kind of address that as well. I think the rationale for going to capacity is because our wait list everywhere else is very healthy. Right. So theoretically, if our systems work well, and as soon as a student leaves, we bring a new student in from the wait list, and if you're efficient with that, which I know Dr. Fricker and Dr. Hinman earlier had put in place some efforts to make sure that we get students into the classroom as soon as we lose somebody. It seemed like a reasonable estimate, but I can tell you that we've gone to we're budgeting at capacity at this point in time, except for the virtual program in SV.
Yeah. And I think that might be something for definitely the finance committee to talk more about, is that the best approach to make sure, because to me it's better to have more money, than be like looking for the pennies and dimes. So
we should be able to
especially with SV
and with the different scenarios very easily. I feel like right?
For sure.
Yeah, and I think that if there is if you need visibility, we can certainly provide, because finance committee has that visibility. We should figure out how best to, and Dr. Fricker suggested when the new CBO comes on board starting Monday, we'll take a different approach where we will start with the assumptions and then do the budget. I think this go around, for example, I think we started with the budget and then wrote the assumptions. So I think we have some methods in place for next budgeting round where we start very early on talking about assumptions, right? And aligning on the assumptions, and then sort of the spreadsheet works itself out. So we will do that starting next year.
And Rosa prepares all these budgets, so she has all the, right, Paul?
The modeling.
The modeling
Yeah, I think
is done.
I think the
Rosa
modeling
does
is
all of this.
Great.
Yeah.
And so, I'm sure she can provide you with, right?
Yeah, we can
some
have several different multi-year projections, so that if you change one line item, say you do a conservative enrollment, what does that do to your ending fund balance? And you can actually see it physically change. And then what if you up it by 2 students, what if you, like, you can look at those in maybe 1 or 2 or 3 different configurations, and we can have that long before the June meetings, yeah.
Yeah, and I think in full transparency in finance committee, we did debate the notion of being conservative versus being at capacity. And I think we came to a place in finance committee that we are comfortable at this point in time going at capacity for the outer years, because the wait list is pretty strong. I mean, if you'll see the wait list numbers, they're pretty strong, but point well taken, and we should discuss that philosophy going forward, right? Because unfortunately, we know that SV is already in a negative operating income in the outer years, right? And I think there's a separate piece of work we need to do to understand if SV is burdened with like virtual staff and so on. So we have to figure that out. That's something that's a project for the new CBO to understand. I think we understand the SOC. I think we have a pretty robust balance right now. SV, we have to figure out what the model looks like, because we are running in negative operating income, and middle school is a cash issue, right? Because we haven't received enough funds to have it in a fund balance to kind of manage the cash issue, which is why we have the line of credit. But point well taken, and I think we have a few things to do with the new CBO when he comes on board.
For sure, sounds like a great project for him.
Yes, I agree.
Is there any more questions? Because we are approving a budget based on this presentation. So is there any more questions before you can approve the budget? Okay, thank you very much. We will move on to board member interviews, and I do have to apologize to our prospective board members and also to staff that we're running way behind schedule. So thank you for your patience. Dr. Fricker?
Thank you very much. I do want to start with like a brief recap, but what we're gonna do at this time is we're going to welcome one board prospective candidate up to the table, and Eva, can you take the other one to the room? I will kind of go through the timeline of things that we've already done, and then we will prepare for the brief interviews for each candidate, and then we'll switch. So way back May 15th, we announced a board member application.
Wait,
She has a question.
can we share why one's going to the room?
Oh,
Public meeting.
Yeah, supposedly they can watch it.
well, just so that they don't hear the question, if you wouldn't mind going to a separate room?
I'm fine if they
If
can.
they're okay?
Yeah.
Oh, they're fine if you hear them answer?
Yeah, unless it makes them, this is a public meeting, I'm feeling uncomfortable asking
Okay.
somebody to exit, but I don't know how everyone else feels.
I mean, you don't want, my feeling is you give an advantage to somebody if they already know and have time to think about the question versus somebody who is on the spot. The first person doesn't have an advantage.
Apologies, I had asked for them to receive the questions in
they?
advance, so I didn't know they had not.
They had not, I'm so sorry. I
Okay.
have the question here for them at the table, but I did not send them the question in advance, I apologize.
Well, so to remedy that, could we give them both the questions right now to look over for a couple moments? So they have the same,
The same lead time?
yeah, if that works.
Sure. Oh, perfect, and there's one up here for you.
So do we want to?
Maybe take a 5-minute break and
Yeah,
They can remain in the room.
Can we take up a couple of items for input, for action while we give the prospective board members 5 minutes?
Like skip and come back?
We just have to amend the agenda. Someone has to make a motion to amend the agenda.
Are you guys good with that? Should we amend the agenda or should we take a 5-minute break?
just take a break.
Okay.
Okay. So Paul, Did you hear that?
Yeah,
Okay,
5 minute break. Thank you.
all right.
Okay, so thank you, we are back. So I just wanna recap the process at this point. So May 15th, we notified that there was a vacancy on the board. We sent out a request for information for applicants to apply for the open board position. We held the first round interviews. This would be the second round interviews. And then we know that we currently have one vacancy on the board. We do have information this week that there is a pending second vacancy. So for the board, that is news to you, so that food for thought, it may change your perception on the candidates here today and then what the board is ultimately wanting to do moving forward. And so the current model will be that we'll ask one candidate question number one, the next candidate question number one, and then we're gonna flip. So Megan, you would start with number two, followed, and then we'll go back and forth until we ask all the questions and you answer all the questions. Okay, are you ready? Prepared? Okay, the first question is Paul's question.
Okay,
Oh.
thank you. Thanks again for taking the time to come and spend with us. And again, our apologies for being behind schedule a little bit. Thank you for your patience. So I'll start with the first question, which you have in front of you. What interests you about serving on our board of directors?
And that would be Michael.
So this is Michael Deduin. Thank you for having me, by the way. So I would say that what brought my interest in board membership is first, of course, as a parent of two children who have been going to OPA since kindergarten, and they're entering 6th grade this coming year. So we've been around for quite a while. We've gotten accustomed to the school. And for a number of years, I've been looking for an opportunity to participate a little bit more meaningfully to the school and trying to figure out what is the best way to have some type of contribution. I'm a pretty busy guy most of the time, and I have a lot of other activities, so it is actually not the first time that I have considered applying for the board. It is the first time that I have actually applied for it because I have more time now than I had a few years ago. So I think that I've been looking at my skills. I felt that it was a good fit for board membership, and I felt that it was actually the best way that I could contribute back to the school. That's my story.
Megan?
Well, thank you. So, like Michael, I also have two children, and two children that have actively used OPA's resources, and we have been enmeshed in the wonderful staff and teachers. I mean, we definitely have squeezed everything out of OPA, and gratefully so. And I personally have been endlessly impressed by the staff, and so I have a deep appreciation and love of OPA, and I want to see it succeed. And not only that, I want to see my children continue at OPA into high school. And I think that I would love to be a part of the team that helps build and grow OPA and solidify its standing and its position within the community. Now, in my role and in my experience, I like to look at Gino Wickman's Traction. So if you reference that book, the GWC, get it, want it, have the capacity to do it. And at this point in time in my life, I can check the boxes. So do I get it? Yes. I learn very quickly, I'm adept, and I live by the KISS model, keep it simple. If it doesn't make sense, question it. And then want it, yes, because I want to see OPA succeed and the capacity to do it. Yeah, absolutely. And so that was a big consideration for me personally, is the capacity to do it. This does take time. It takes not just physical presence, but then the intellect, like the time to meet and be with the board members and be with the staff and making sure that everyone gets heard and then we have a unified voice. And so taking that into consideration, I have personally reflected on, and I do believe that I have the capacity to do it and be successful.
All right. Please share your understanding of the role of a board member, and why you are interested in serving in this capacity at OPA. And we'll start with you.
My understanding of a board member is you're a voice of the entire, like, it is 5 individuals or for how many board members are approved, but at the end of the day, at the end of the meeting, you're one voice. The decisions that come from this table are of one voice and a unified voice. And it's not just for the minute details. And in fact, the board focuses, in my understanding, on the higher level. You're looking at the vision of the school. You're looking at high level questions that need guidance, that need coaching. And so when I look at a board member, or in my capacity with homeowners association boards, it is what is the goal of the entity, what are the benchmarks, and how is the board articulating and questioning the drivers of that. And so I picture the board kind of up in the sky looking down, and they're the ones that have the eye on the horizon, and they're the ones that are building the dream and communicating it.
All right, Michael, same question.
Same question. Same answer? No.
Check.
That would be too easy. No, I mean, look, a board of directors for any organization has the ultimate responsibility for setting the vision and the direction of that organization. And the board is also responsible for ensuring that management, administration is kept accountable to that vision. The board is also responsible for doing the tough work sometimes. I've been involved in many special investigations involving board members. It can get a little bit sensitive, so sometimes the board has to kind of roll up its sleeves a little bit and take positions and make difficult choices vis-a-vis sometimes administration, sometimes students. That's part of the job of the role. That's part of the role of the board of directors. It's also up to a board to really set kind of risk tolerances, right? What is your risk appetite as an organization? Certain things like compliance with applicable laws and ensuring that the OPA charter is maintained is kind of a non-negotiable, no compromise on that low risk tolerance. Other things, we might have a little more flexibility depending on what the exact topic is. And then that gives the direction to management to go act within those four corners, within the boundaries that the board set for the organization. So that's really the role of the board as I see it, and along the lines providing, what we always call the credible challenge to management. I always say that it is not the job's role to act as administrators, as managers for the organization itself. It's an oversight capacity, it's a credible challenge, just like the discussion earlier, right, about budget. Is the philosophy consistent? That's exactly what we'd be looking for in the activity of a board.
Thank you.
Okay. I think it's Michael again. So please tell us about your background, including professional and other relevant experience and qualifications you have that will help you be successful in this role.
Sure, happy to answer that. So I'll try to go in reverse chronological order, and that I'll start with the present and then kind of walk myself back. Right now I am, and I'm sorry, do you have a copy of my resume by any chance?
Everybody.
Okay, I won't completely regurgitate it. And so right now I'm the General Counsel and Corporate Secretary for SMBC Manubank. It's the kind of the US chartered subsidiary of one of the world's largest banks. So as such, I've gained a lot of experience, as a lawyer. And as a lawyer, I think you have to have certain analysis skills. I talked about risk management earlier, that's always inherent in the function. Sensitivity to risk, sensitivity to compliance, doing the right thing, mediation skills, and so on and so forth. As corporate secretary, kind of putting that hat on, here we are in a boardroom, and I'm quite accustomed to the boardroom for kind of large organizations. I've represented small organizations before also. So of all sizes, with all kinds of board members, all kinds of personalities. I understand governance, I understand organizational governance, I understand board governance, and how that would work. So I think that would be helpful. I've been a chief risk officer for my back to my earlier comment about risk tolerances, understanding how to control risk, how to establish controls, detective controls, preventive controls, how to really or run an organization in a safe and sound manner. Going back kind of one or two steps a little more quickly, you may have seen that I spent some time teaching as a law professor at 2 different law schools. So even though I don't claim by any means that this gave me deep experience into kind of either school administration or even the same kind of experience that the teachers here have to go through on a daily basis, it certainly gave me a bit of a preview of what that might look like and some appreciation for it. I think I've covered enough, some law firm experience and everything, but it really overlaps deeply with my current experience at the bank.
So, should I just not repeat the question?
You're fine, thank you though. But I would like a staff, if we could just have that, we'll do a talking token. So my background is more closely tied to my current experience. So I assist in running a tech company. So we have multiple customers. Now, if I go to very, very beginning, it was an office manager position, which means that I was entrenched in HR and becoming compliant, payroll compliance, and all of the intricacies within California law that deals with labor, and running a corporation, licensing, and all of that it entails, which I do believe has a direct implications and directly impacts this with my experience here, excuse me. Now, I did move into sales within this organization, tech sales, and so I'm able to understand the intricacies of social engagements and social interactions and being able to connect and understand and be willing to put yourself out there and ask questions so you have a full understanding of the situation, because the last thing that I did or wanted to have anybody experience was selling them this idea, this expectation that was never delivered on. And that is what I've seen crumble opportunities and critical relationships. And so being able to identify what is exactly being said, what's being painted, what are the expectations, and then properly wrapping around that so everybody's on the same page. So at the end of the day, at the end of the project, or at the end of the year, is it what it was sold as? And so that's given me wonderful experience when it comes to social relationships. I am now general manager, and so that puts me into accounting. So I have financial background. I also have just recently graduated, which puts me into a position where I have the most recent tools and access to resources that are current with regulations. My role within the organization also puts me deeply entrenched with homeowners associations and board meetings, being able to present to them generally in a sales capacity, but at the same time dealing with their technical issues and understanding where their pain points are and how I'm able to assist. And then at the end of the day, make sure that they feel like they're heard and understood, and they're comfortable and trust not just me, but the company to take care of them. And so all of these components of my most recent position, the current position, I believe has hopefully trained me to be part of this board and be a contributing member of it. Education, thankfully, I feel like has also prepared me, so give me a challenge and I'm going to research it, understand it, look at it in multiple directions, and so I always come prepared. And that's the goal, is that when whatever comes our way, and just in California you experience, there are a lot of things that come your way and there's a lot of regulations that are tied to it. Come prepared to be able to talk about it and understand it. Come prepared with your questions and come prepared with solutions.
Okay, back to you.
Yay.
As a board member, you represent one of 5 members and are not a single decision maker. How have you worked as a team to make critical decisions?
Feel like that starts almost day one when you come into a world with siblings. But I believe that there's going to be disagreements or differing opinions, and I hope that there is. I think opening your arms and embracing differences or even conflict because it just enriches the opportunity of the picture coming out at the end better. So having somebody disagree with you and you be able to articulate why and then hear the other side. Because the goal is that at the end of the day, the students are getting the best opportunity. And so if I think the worst injustice that can be done for the children is by not speaking up. And so having 5 people with different backgrounds come together and talk through their opinions, their sides, their education, their stances, and fully flesh it out and be willing to compromise. Finding that sweet spot where maybe nobody's happy, but at the same time they're equally unhappy. Or, hey, at the end of the day, we know this is what's best for the kids based on X, Y, and Z data. Then that is the best opportunity for the best solution. And we see it here with OPA, with 5 people with different backgrounds. Look at where the school stands now. And so I believe that when you have everybody working it out behind the door, you finally flesh it out, you finally get approval, and then everybody, when we leave, have the same answer. We all sing the same song, then we're able to move everybody, the schools, to that goal, where our horizon is. Where are we going? As long as we stay unified on that front when we walk out the door.
Your question.
Yeah. Do you want me to restate it?
No, and I have it
Okay,
right
sorry,
here.
I had a lapse too, I'm like, wait, whose turn is it?
Yeah. I mean, decision through consensus, through groups and committees, is something I see on a regular basis, not only through having been, like I said earlier, in boardrooms, but I'm a member of several senior level management committees at my organization, and we certainly don't always see eye to eye when we walk into the room, to be sure. And yet we always somehow work it out. And kind of the playbook that I like to think of when going through those situations is first kind of laying the foundation. Does everyone have the same goals and objectives? If that's inconsistent, okay, let's go back and see, let's revisit those until we get to the right kind of level setting of the goals and objectives. Then we go to the factual assumptions. Okay, do we have the same facts? Are we interpreting the facts the same way? So we're gonna kind of clean up all of those items, kind of one at a time, and then you go through the decision-making process. And reasonable minds can reach different conclusions. And like you said earlier, that's okay. That's not necessarily symptomatic of a healthy organization. However, it is critical that in going through the process, you do it in a way that is collaborative, again, with level-set facts, and encouraging, quite frankly, a lot of active listening skills. Most of the disagreements that I've seen in those committees, in those rooms, people are really not listening to each other. You know, as a side anecdote, my children are taking the Bridge to Middle School program right now. Love it, because one of the things they're teaching are some of those soft skills like active listening. You know, what is this person actually saying? That program had me sold right there, because this is the kind of experience that they can apply in real life, and that I hope I will be able to apply as a board member in answer to your question.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a final question.
Okay.
Back to you, sir. So board members represent the whole organization both equitably and transparently. Organization leadership often covers difficult topics and requires members to make difficult decisions. These decisions may be agreeable with some and disagreeable with others. What strategies would you use to navigate a board decision that is viewed as unfavorable?
Yeah, I mean, it is indeed sometimes unavoidable that those situations will come up. See them all the time also. Sometimes I have to be at the forefront of them, given my capacity. Listen, I was just talking about active listening, which relates a little bit to empathy. And anytime that you're going to deliver unfavorable news to an audience, you have to be mindful of that audience. How are they going to take it? Be polite and direct, quite frankly. When you're delivering bad news, people don't like it when you know, beat it around the bush, forgive my French. And they want they're oftentimes also appreciated better if you go through the reasoning. But if you just deliver the bad news, okay, it's bad news, and then they make assumptions, they get upset, etc. But if you say, look, we have no choice because A happened, then B happened, and then our hands are tied, and therefore here we are at C. I'm not saying it might please them, but at least they might understand the situation a little bit better, and it makes it a little bit more palatable.
Would you like me to repeat?
No, you're good. This is where there's a lot of factors that can come into play. So the strategy I would have to look at, would be where is the point of interaction happening? Is it at a board meeting? Am I by myself? Am I in a capacity as mother at the school? So I mean, these are all factors that I would want to take into consideration because the board is a voice of one, correct? And so in that case, depending on the situation, obviously if it's an announcement at a board meeting, then the one voice is present and unified and an agreed upon statement would already be established, right? And singing the same song and agreeing to it and believing it is, I think, quite critical. But I mean, getting pulled aside when I'm in the capacity of mother, picking up my kids from school, then I think that there's a point of healthy boundaries where it's identifying, listening to them, identifying the process for them to communicate and be heard by the entire board. And identifying with them that as a board member does not mean that I can speak for the board. That's where we have these avenues for you to reach out and speak your mind. And identifying those avenues. So submitting a request to meet with the board during a board meeting, during the public viewing would be something I would recommend. But also identifying with them that their voice is important. So just like I tell my kids that you might disagree with something and that's okay, but how you disagree with it, how you articulate yourself really matters. And so don't lose your voice, but wait until you're ready to talk about it. And so I would talk to them like, thank you so much for sharing. Your voice really does matter. And I don't want you to feel like you should end it with me, or I think that you should bring it to the board and give them an outlet they can be heard. And they're not silenced, and they can be that conflict can be remedied. Because the last thing we want is I wouldn't want to shut them down and then and then it starts a gossip train. So there needs to be a solution there where they can resolve it, but it has to be done through the correct channels.
Could I make a proposal?
Yes.
Just to give an equal chance at going first, since we had an odd number of questions, could we add a last just general question on, is there anything else about yourselves you'd like to share with us that we haven't covered?
Sure.
Would everybody be okay with that? Paul?
Yeah.
And then we'd invite Megan to go first on this one, and then it's all equal in terms of who helps us speak first. Any additional information you think we need to know?
Yes, actually, I would like to disclose this. So Raymond Jackson, the previous board member, is my significant other. So he was here for a number of years, and my understanding of that, he speaks nothing but highly of this board, and I appreciated his professionalism and what he was able to share, because one thing that he was very, very strict on, because he is a man of integrity, is what was on closed doors was not shared. And what I learned was what was announced by Carrie, like when we got her emails. And so that's one of the reasons, one, he is my significant other because he is a man of integrity, but it is something I want you guys to be aware of because he is part of my everyday life.
Thank you.
To be honest, nothing we haven't already covered one or the other, so.
Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. At this time, that ends the interview section of the agenda. There's other agenda items that follow, but this would be the end of the interviews for both of you. So you can either go home, or you can join us back in the galley. But this would end this item.
Well, I know you have to vote, right?
So
So
that's
I will,
later on in the agenda.
exactly, going to excuse myself and allow for free discussion.
It's still a public meeting.
Yeah, exactly.
This is why I want to make it clear, I will voluntarily attend the discussion.
Thank you, I very much appreciate your time.
Thank you, we
both.
appreciate your time as well.
I'll shake your hand, Dave, thanks for coming.
I'm gonna sit here because I was sick this week, so that's why we had to move the meeting, so I
Thank you,
apologize. Thank you.
likewise, happy to
Thank
cover
you,
it.
thank you, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Guys, good seeing you.
Have a great evening too.
Okay, we'll move on to item number 9, community input. Members of the public may comment on items listed on the agenda or non-agendized items. To address the board, please fill out a requirement to address the board of directors and submit it online or in person prior to the start of the meeting. Once called upon, state your name and whether you have children attending OPA schools. Comments are not to exceed 3 minutes per individual. Comments will be accepted for a total of 30 minutes. 1 second, sorry. For agendized and non-agendized items, the speaker may not relinquish their time to another person. All meetings are recorded via Zoom. Do we have any comments, Dr. Fricker?
We do not have any comments.
Excellent. So we'll go into item number 10, items for action. Item number A, approve board member selection. Per Oxford Preparatory Academy's 10th amended bylaws, each OPA director serves for a term of 2 years. It's recommended that the board of directors approve action item B. Can I have a motion, please?
No, A, right?
A.
Sorry, yeah, action item A, my bad.
I would like to amend the motion. Do I do that at this point in time, or do I,
You can just make a motion.
Okay, I would like to make a motion in light of, another pending resignation, that we need time to decide, on how many candidates we need to bring forward. So given that fact, I'd like to make a motion that, we move our vote to the next board meeting and ask that we see additional candidates, for, selection process, given the light of the changing of the board.
Perfect, thank you.
I don't know how
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you.
Any discussion?
I'm trying to figure out what is the actual like.
So you're proposing we defer this item to the next board meeting because
Yes.
of the recent information we heard about, another change to the profile of the board
Yes,
that we want to now have time to consider as we bring on and select additional board members.
yes, thank you.
Okay. I just want to make sure I was
Yes,
understanding.
yes,
And so,
exactly.
okay, I feel okay about that. I don't think I have any questions.
Okay, then I'll take a roll call vote. Member Agarwal,
Aye.
Member Kaguz, aye. Member Smith,
Aye.
and Member Travis.
Aye.
I love those dramatic pauses, guys.
Do
Got
I just-
item number B.
Can I just state again, thank you to everyone who has shown interest and spent time with us, and it's been great getting to know people in our OPA community through this process, and I really appreciate our 2 candidates that came tonight.
Thank you. And thank you, Member Smith and Member Agarwal for shepherding us through this process with Dr. Fricker. So we look forward to your continued leadership. Okay, item number B, approve election of OPA board member officer president. Per Oxford Preparatory Academy's 10th amended bylaws, each OPA director serves for a term of 2 years, effective July 1, 2024. A new board officer will be nominated for a 2-year term as OPA's board president. Dr. Fricker, do you want to provide context before we do a nomination?
So the context here is that Mr. Kaguyu had resigned effective June 30th, so this would effectively be your last board meeting as board president only. And in order to then start the next meeting, which would be coming forth in July, it is our recommendation that the board select a president at this time. We can go through the whole board reorganization in July, but we do need to select a member to head and lead that meeting. So that is our recommendation this evening.
Thank you. Then is there a nomination for a president? There's none. I can make one, but if any of you guys want to.
Go ahead, Paul.
I'd like to nominate our Vice President, Delight Travis, as the president. Any seconds?
Oh. I was just giving you that dramatic pause you like said. I second.
Okay. Any other nominations?
Not it.
Okay. So then it's recommended that the Board of Directors approve the nomination of Delight Travis as president of the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors effective July 1. Any discussion? Oh, sorry, may I have a motion, please? Member Travis, you can't vote on this, so I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
May I have a second?
Second.
Oh, thank you. Any discussion?
Well, can I just, share my thanks to you, Paul, for all you have done in the role of president. You have brought so much to that role in the time you've served in it, and I really appreciate your leadership and everything you have done for this board in that capacity. So thank you, and I'm very excited to have Delight take it on, and that is not me.
Thank you, Dr. Smith.
Yeah, I second that. Thank you, Paul, for
Thank
your
you, Paul.
guidance and leadership. You are a wonderful, wonderful leader, and we are very lucky that you've led us so far. So thank you.
I would like to echo that. It has been truly an honor to work with you, and I've learned so much from you, Paul.
Wish you were here.
Thank you. Yeah, no, no. I mean, we'll continue to stay in touch. I mean, as we all know, the role of the president is largely, like we are all equals, and the president sort of. So I've had the pleasure of kind of working with you guys, and by a huge margin, this is the toughest nonprofit assignment I've ever taken in my life, and so I couldn't have done that without the support of you guys. So I appreciate it. For the members of the public, this was not planned. I mean, even the roses were not planned. We didn't know the roses were coming, but I think those are roses. But yeah, let's we'll move on, and I'll ask for a roll call vote. Member Agarwal,
Aye.
Member Kaguz and I, and Member Smith.
Aye.
Okay, so we've elected to vote Delight Travis as president, starting July 1st, on a unanimous vote of 3-0. Thank you, Member Travis, and good luck.
Thanks, Paul.
I was not being sarcastic. Item number C, approved 2024-25 Local Control and Accountability Plan LCAP for all three campuses, the Oxford Preparatory Academy Middle School, Saddleback Valley, and South Orange County. The Local Control and Accountability Plan LCAP, an annual update, provides details regarding actions and expenditures to support pupil outcomes and overall performance pursuant to California Education Code Section 52060, 52066, 47605.5, and 47606.5. California Education Code 52060 requires the governing board of each LEA to adopt the LCAP, an annual update using a template adopted by the State Board of Education. School districts must also ensure that educational partners were consulted in the development of the 2024-25 LCAP and also provided information regarding this annual update. LCAP goal action all, funding source not applicable, and budget no impact. I mean, it's impact, but it's already there. The second, the Board of Directors approve action item D, and I believe Dr. Henry presented the LCAP for us last board meeting. So may I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve item D.
I'll
Thank
second.
you, members. Thank you, Member Agarwal. Any discussion?
Was that C or D? D.
Oh,
That's C.
I'm
C.
sorry.
C.
I meant I make a motion to approve item C. Apologies.
Thank you. Any discussion? If not, I'll take a roll call
C.
vote.
Second.
I second.
Yeah, Member Agarwal seconded. Yeah. Member Agarwal?
Aye.
Member Kaguz, aye. Member Smith?
Aye.
And Member Travis.
Aye.
For item number D, approve 2024-25 school budgets for Oxford Preparatory Academy Middle School, for Saddleback Valley, and South Orange County. OPA is required by law to adopt a budget for the 2024-25 fiscal year no later than June 30th, 2024. The final budgets for 24-25 are based upon revenue assumptions outlined within the governor's May revise, as well as school-specific assumptions for revenue and expenditures, and will incorporate expenditures listed in the Local Control Accountability Plan, LCAPs. As recommended, the Board of Directors approve action item E. May I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you,
Second.
Member Agarwal. I'll second. Travis will second it. Any discussion? Okay, a roll call vote. Member Agarwal,
Aye.
Member Kagus, aye. Member Smith,
Aye.
and Member Travis.
Aye.
Okay, we go to item number E. Approve proposal for New Dimension General Construction Incorporated. New Dimension General Construction contract in the amount of $35,372.41 to convert the locker room portable at SOC back into a classroom. The locker room is no longer needed due to the opening of the middle school. Recapturing the space will allow SOC to grow its enrollment and revenue in 2024-25 and beyond. It's LCAP Goal 3, Action 10, funding source from LCFF. This financial impact is not reflected in the 2024-25 budget. Recommend the Board of Directors approve action item F. May I have a motion, please?
I make a motion.
I'll make a motion.
No,
Okay,
second.
and I'll second it then. I'll second it. Member Travis, you can.
Okay.
Just for a little bit of context, this appears to be within a board policy where below a number like this, staff has the opportunity to seek board president approval on this so that they can start the work, because I think they need this classroom for the new 5th grade that's opening at SOC. And so I had asked a few questions, and I was referenced the policy, so I approved it based on the policy that you guys approved maybe 2 board meetings back. And so just wanted to give you the context that this is more of a ratification than an approval. Any questions?
I'll just ask the standard question. We did our due diligence to get multiple bids and do a selection process.
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Yeah, and I believe this is sort of also under the threshold of us giving staff the ability to choose whether to bid or not. So I think it follows that board policy. It followed the board policy.
Thank you.
But we got multiple quotes.
Yeah, because I think
Cool.
even if it's under thresholds, right, it's
Yeah.
good practice to at least get one additional, right? So thank you for doing that.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, Member Agarwal,
Aye.
Member Kagus, aye. Member Smith,
Aye.
and Member Travis.
Aye.
Okay, item's been ratified unanimously. We go to item number 9, items for consent. Items listed under consent are voted on by board in one motion. There's no discussion of these items prior to the vote unless a member of the board or staff requests specific items to be pulled from consent. The executive director recommends approval on all consent items. Following approval by the board, each item shall be deemed to have been considered in full and adopted as recommended. I'll quickly scroll through it. It's the minutes from the June 11th board meeting. It's the board meeting calendar. There's an MOU with a. Oh, what happened? Someone. Okay. Yes, there's an approval for an MOU for the line of credit at Commerce West Bank. Then there is a approval for signature authorizers for Commerce West Bank. And then on the operations side, there's a couple of policies, workplace violence prevention program. And then there's a personnel report. On the fiscal side, the Finance Committee has reviewed the May credit card and check register. And then we're also approving the consolidated application for federal funding for all 3 schools. We are approving a few contracts. There's a PBL Works contract. There's the instructional calendar. And then we're approving the handbooks as was suggested to us last board meeting. May I have a motion to approve all the items on consent?
I'd like to pull at least one of the items to discuss it. And that's
Sure.
the board meeting calendar.
Sure. Let's pull that out of the calendar, out of consent, and just focus on all the other items. Thank you, members.
I have one as well. I did not see the handbooks in our board folder. So I'd like to pull those as well.
Dr. Fricker, is there an issue with not approving the handbooks at this board meeting?
We do need them in time for the school year to start. Do you know when? I don't know how long it would take from July to get the handbooks ready for August, turnaround time and printing.
Why don't we pull both those items out? I have an idea on what we should do about it, and then, but is there anything else that we want to pull out of consent? Okay, so may I have a motion to approve all the items under consent except the board meeting calendar and the handbooks? I'll make a motion. Any seconds?
Second.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, a roll call vote. Member Agarwal?
Aye.
Member Kaguz, aye. Member Smith?
Aye.
And Member Travis?
Aye.
Okay, so let's discuss the board meeting calendar. I'll read it out just so that we follow the protocol. So let's see here. So item number 11A.2, approve proposed 2024-25 regular board meeting calendar. Each year, the OPA Board of Directors must approve the calendar of regular meetings of the OPA Board of Directors. So let's have a motion to approve this first.
I'll make the motion to approve the calendar.
Thank you, Member Smith, and I'll second it, and let's go to discussion.
So the July date was changed from the original proposal I saw to Wednesday from Thursday. I cannot make that date. So I wanted to check in with you all if the Tuesday would work instead, because I'll be in Sacramento for work travel. I just cannot make Wednesday happen.
To move it to the Tuesday, the 16th.
Yeah, if possible.
I can do that if we start at 6, but I can't do it if it's earlier than that.
It's only a couple of days, so it wouldn't affect finance anyway, right? Because that would already be done.
Monday is better for me.
Let me see what's Monday.
I'm just saying.
No, let me look. I
Some
was just,
options.
So Monday won't work for me, but you guys shouldn't prioritize me. The three of you should prioritize your calendar.
No, I think you have to be there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Paul, you have to be there.
plus it's gonna be a board training, so I think
Yes.
we need full presence, if possibly, right?
If Jerry can possibly do it again.
Yeah. So what were we looking at now?
The 16th.
No, didn't you say Monday, the
No,
15th?
because he can't make Monday.
Paul can't make
Can't
it on
do
the
Monday.
16th, on the 15th.
Oh, I'm sorry,
the
so back to
16th.
the.
We're back to the 16th.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was good with the 16th.
Paul, you're
Sorry,
good with this.
one second. So 15th, that'll be 5 p.m. So 6 p.m. US time, right?
Yeah.
So I just have to get my time zones correct because I'm in a different location. So let's see, 6. That's 16th morning. Yeah, I think I can make 15th work if that works for you guys. Yeah, I think that's fine too.
I think it's like it's 9+ hours, plus 9 hours.
Yeah, I'm actually going to be in Asia that week. So it's 12 and a half hours ahead. So it's fine. It'll be in the morning for me. So I'm okay with that if that works better for you.
So we're saying the
16th or
15th?
15th.
What is better, the
Yeah.
15th or the 16th?
Either one's okay with me, 15th or the 16th.
And you prefer 15th?
Yeah, I prefer 15th. I can get here at 5. I can get here at 5 on.
So Paul, you're sure? You'll be there.
Yes, 15th is 16th in India already, and yes, I will be free in the morning. It'll be early morning for me. I don't sleep anyway, so it's fine.
Poor Paul. Okay, so Monday the 15th at 6 p.m.
We can do 6 or 5, it doesn't matter. Since it's board training, if you wanna do 5, that works too.
Yeah, let's plan on 5 for now.
I'm at 5 o'clock.
What, Paul?
Let's plan for 5. Let's plan for 5.
On Monday, the 15th.
Monday the 15th, 5 p.m. Pacific. And Dr. Fricker, if when you're setting the board agenda, I may not be at the. I mean, depending on who gets selected for the board agenda prep, please remember to talk to me. I can give you the location from.
In India.
Oh, yes, okay, absolutely.
Yeah, please remember to do that. Okay, very good. Anything else that we know of? Any other known conflicts? I mean, we gotta imagine that when 1 or 2 new board members come, we may have to amend this calendar potentially. But as far as we can tell now, there's no other known conflicts, right?
None that I'm aware of.
Okay, so then we're moving the only amendment to the board meeting calendar is we're moving the July board meeting to the 15th of July from 5 p.m. at 5 p.m. Pacific.
Yes.
Yeah, there's probably some knock-on effects on finance, but we'll have to figure that out. We may just have to push some of the finance committee topics to the August board meeting, which I think is fine.
Okay.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, we'll do a roll call vote. Member Agarwal?
Aye.
Member Kagos, aye. Member Smith?
Aye.
And Member Travis?
Aye.
Excellent. Okay, we'll go to the other item that we pulled out of consent, which was the handbooks. The suggestion I had was that if we conditionally approve the handbook pending submission to the board members for sometime next week, and then we can maybe each of us can individually give thumbs up. Dr. Fricker, is that okay with you?
So I do have information that the student handbook was uploaded to the board agenda and it was posted online. It was not in the board folder. It was in the board folder the month before, but it was not re-uploaded to the board folder. So that was the gap, just to clarify.
So to clarify, it was it was originally in the first June meeting folder, and it wasn't
reposted in the second board
June
folder,
meeting.
but it was posted online.
So just so everyone's aware, when that happens, like, I might not know that that's the latest draft and
No, I
wouldn't
know.
refer to that, so we always need it in the most current board folder, so we can be confident we're looking at the latest version.
Exactly.
I completely agree.
Thank you,
Yeah.
appreciate it.
And so you're saying the June 11th one?
It's supposed to be in the June 11th board folder. You don't think so, that one either?
I don't
I don't think I
remember,
saw it. I read
either.
every single document that's in here,
Yeah,
and I don't remember seeing it in that one either.
Cause usually it's a
okay.
It's like a 200,
Huge
it's
document,
huge.
yeah.
It's a huge, and I actually enjoy reading it, so.
God bless you.
Hey, actually, it's actually quite interesting.
But what was your suggestion, Paul?
conditionally approved, right?
Yeah, we'll conditionally approve it, and then each of us will give you a thumbs up or a thumbs down within a certain date. If you don't hear from us, then it's approved.
Okay, we have to make sure we got it. No, it's not in here.
I don't see it in here.
No?
It's not in here.
Maybe it's in items for consent.
No, I already checked.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing it.
And then what we also need is it very clearly indicated what's a change from the previous version, so it's easy for us to go.
It's a red line version.
Yeah,
Where does that come from, the handbook?
Student services.
Is it in another folder?
Well, I'm trying to find it from the packet online. Cause see, I do see the agenda.
well, I know.
Well, I think Dr. Fricker, would you be able to point us to where the handbook is after the board meeting? And then I think give us like 48 hours. And then if none of us respond back by then you're good to go.
Okay, I will definitely send it to you. or send you the
Is
link
that-
to it.
I would request,
Yeah.
maybe 72 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Sure.
and then one other thing is 72 hours, but let's just make sure that all the board members received it.
Yeah, exactly.
So it maybe is a roll call via email. Is there any comments or changes to the handbook,
Yeah, I did.
right?
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Link it down in
I mean, not to stir a hornet's nest, but it's probably out for print because I think it probably takes that much time to print. So, but yeah, I think we can do the conditional approval, no problem.
Is it out on the website?
It is on the website.
But it's not in any of the board folders?
No, it's on, once you click on the meeting agenda, the supporting document shows that it's here.
It's very hard to do your job
Yeah.
But
effectively.
still, is it the
I
red?
agree.
is
I don't
it-
even know if this is the right version.
Is
It's
it
hard
also
enough.
the red line
Yeah.
version?
No, it's not.
Because we don't wanna see the final, we need to see the red lines.
Yeah.
So 72 hours notice is good for everybody?
Yes. I found it
So then,
From the time we receive it.
from the time we receive it.
yes,
So you found it on the
Yeah.
website?
I found it, if you go on the agenda,
The board.
the board agenda, and then you click to the consent item
Okay.
of the education services, the approval of the student family handbooks, there's 3 supporting documents that are all the 3 handbooks. And they're 50 pages each.
Okay. But they're all the same virtually. I mean,
Last year I had a lot of edits.
I recall that. It was a lengthy discussion.
which is why we pulled it.
Exactly, and that's why I specifically looked for it again this year.
Okay. If I go,
But again, I'm gonna wait for the red line version.
Yes, that's true, that's true.
We'll get that done too.
okay, so I'm gonna read the item. So it's approved the 2024-25 Oxford Preparatory Academy Student Family Handbooks for the OPA Middle School, Saddleback Valley, and South Orange County. The student handbooks have been updated to reflect current procedures and policies. Goal 1, LCAP Goal 1, Action 3. It's funding source LCFF. There's an estimated $8,500 impact that's already reflected in the proposed budget. I'll make a motion to approve this conditionally pending any kind of edits that we get from each of the board members 72 hours after we receive the red line version.
Now,
May I have a
sorry, well, I have a question about the condition. If one of us were
Sure.
to submit substantial changes, would it still move forward and the rest of us wouldn't know?
No, if we receive changes, I would have to reflect those changes, push
Resend
them
it
back
out?
out to you, all of you equally, to see what the changes are.
Okay. So then I'll second that motion.
with the understanding that any changes would be sent out back to us.
And I don't care about typo, like word
Not the typos, like
or-
But like
meaty
anything
stuff.
substantial,
meaningful, like
yes.
what change of action.
And I leave that to your discretion.
Okay.
Do we have discussion, cause I do have 2 more points of clarification on
Yeah,
this.
please go for it.
Okay, tonight we approved the truancy, the chronic truancy absentee, whatever it was called, what was the thing called? Where is it? The chronic absenteeism policy, we approved that tonight. I want to verify that under our attendance, truancy, and unexcused absence sections of all 3 handbooks, that they are updated accordingly to what we approved tonight.
Okay.
First and foremost. Second, the independent study was another policy that was changed this year.
Yes,
I wanted to make sure that it is reflective in our handbooks for this year.
Okay.
Those 2 specific policies that I know all of our families, regardless of the school they're at, are going to want to understand and know what they need to do to ensure their kids are getting their attendance and know what to do for independent study. So those are the things specifically I'm gonna be looking at.
okay.
Well, just to
And
understand
may
that,
I-
all of it should align to our policy.
Yeah,
So
Yes, I
I
agree.
hope someone did a check, but definitely for the 2 latest ones, for sure.
And is it okay if I don't know, Member Agarwal, if you're okay with it, but I think we'd have to make some calls between board meetings. So I'm comfortable delegating that. I mean, if you want to have that discussion with 2 other board members to make the call on whether to pull the printing or continue the print, I mean, whatever you need to do. I have a feeling it's already out for print, but if it's not, then you guys have to make decisions rather than wait for the July 15th board meeting. Can we delegate 1 or 2 board members to make that decision for us? I'm okay not being that decision maker.
What?
If it's already for print and I'm now gonna spend time going through it, and so what, we're making a decision to like pay to rerun it possibly?
No, I don't, let's talk about that. Let's talk about whether, if there is major, like, the policies aren't in there, it's already out for print, there's no going back, we can issue as opposed to having a
Yeah, no,
reprint,
agreed.
we'll issue a change.
An addendum,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is that someone needs to make that call. And that's what I'm saying, rather than wait for the July 15th board meeting, why don't one of you guys take the responsibility to work with Dr. Flicker to figure out what the right approach is? 1 or 2, how many ever you want. No more than 2, but 1 or 2.
Okay.
I'm happy to do it.
I mean, it's time sensitive.
Actually,
I
I
know.
really like,
President.
I really like the handbooks, I read them anyways,
So
because,
board president is like, tag your.
God, there's a place for everyone in this world.
There is,
I'm so
and I
glad
do
that
like
you're-
my handbooks.
Yes, I love this about you.
I do like my handbooks, I really do, and I keep them, and I reference them.
Oh my God.
Then you'll send it to everybody.
I can talk
Dr.
to if I
Flicker.
need a
I will.
reference.
I will send it to everyone.
And then, you have, I mean, I think we're delegating the authority to Delight to make a call in case there is anything that you need to make decisions on. Just let us know after you make the decision. Okay.
But
Okay.
could I just wait, one more clarifying question, the first action is that we're gonna find out where we are in the print process.
Yes.
And what the cost associated with it is, it to stop it or hold it up
Well,
or
it-
nothing.
It's $8,500.
No, we're not gonna, we're not spending that money, if it's already in print, then we're gonna do an addendum.
Well, that's a cost, right? That's a cost, yeah.
Why is it already in print if we were voting on it tonight?
That's,
So what, is it in print?
We don't know.
Okay.
we just need, that's the first thing we need to find out.
I'm just trying to do contingency, right? I'm just trying to
Yeah,
figure, I mean, I
gotcha.
don't want to,
Okay.
yeah, that's all. I'm not saying it is, I'm just saying for contingency purpose. Okay, so then,
$500 on reprinting.
Oh, geez.
any other comments on this?
No.
No,
No, we're good.
thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna do a roll call vote. Member, Dr. Flicker, you understand, right? So
Yes,
please
I do.
send us whether it's out for print and the red
Yes.
line version, and then after that, if you receive if there are any major issues, you and you and Member Travis can decide what to do with that.
Yep.
Okay, Member Agarwal,
Aye.
Member Kagus, aye. Member Smith,
Hi.
and Member Travis.
Aye.
Okay, at this point in time, we're gonna go back into closed session, and we'll be back shortly.
Yeah, that's why
I'm
I think
exhausted.
You know what I mean?
Okay, we've reconvened to open session at 10:54 p.m. No additional action was taken in closed session. We got item number 12, Executive Director Report.
So I'm so glad to honor all of you tonight. I really do appreciate your service. I know you volunteer a ton of time and it's a ton of work and it's a ton of reading and diligence. And so I just want to echo the fact that for the public, I think you do an extraordinary public service. So tonight was really an honoring of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Dr. Prickler. We'll go to Director's Report. Member Agarwal.
In the interest of time, I'm gonna just give up my time.
Okay. I will say thanks to everyone for a wonderful academic year. Looking forward to next academic year and serving the board in a ordinary member capacity. But Delight, good luck with becoming president, and know that we're here to support you.
Thank you, Paul.
Go ahead, Delight.
I would like to just thank you, Paul, for your amazing leadership as your 2 years of serving for president, as well as thanking the entire school for closing up a wonderful year, as well as there's so many activities going on at SD in the middle school right now for summer school and all the leadership programs and everything. It's really exciting to see that our campuses still be lively even this summer and having the kids having a great experience in so many different great programs. So I'm really excited to see what those programs do for the coming year. So just thank you to all the teachers and aides and everybody for doing it this summer. It means the world to the kids.
Thank you. Ms.
I'm
Smith?
also gonna yield my time.
Okay, so then we'll go to item number 14, adjournment. For the very last time as the president, I'd like to propose that we recommend that the board adjourn the regular meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors on June 28, 2024. May I have a motion, please?
I make a motion.
I
Thank
second.
you, Member Chavez. Thank you, Member Agarwal. Any discussion? Okay, roll call vote. Member Agarwal?
Aye.
Member Kaguz, aye. Member Smith?
Aye.
And Member Chavez.
Aye.
Excellent. Meeting